Doing fantastic. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney number 2. We're here in the antechamber. We are defending Lord Van Zeeks today. Last time we got some very unfortunate news. Gregson, our old buddy, the chip-gobbling detective, has died. He's the victim in this case, which was really a complete shock. Not only did he die, but the person accused is our lead prosecutor. And now we are facing down with Kazuma, our old friend, our buddy boy. We're gonna get to the bottom of this little mystery. We did the first set of witnesses, and we're about to head on to the second, I believe. So that's what we're doing today. Now, later on today, around maybe like 5 or so hours from now, we are going to be doing some more repo, because we had a lot of fun with that last night. So if you're interested in that, we'll be on later tonight. But yes, so hello, Big Boss. Let's get into some Ace Attorney. I got me a great V. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to object and fail constantly. And I got my dog again, too. He's here with me. Sleeping in my washing. I don't know why. You know, with a nice comfy bed. Pillows and blankets. No. My clean laundry. Excellent choice, my boy. Oh, there you are, Otto. Oh, yes. Oh, 100%. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina.
You sure about what you said in there? The boss, actually died the day before. It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. Strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission.
Oh dear, if it was deliberate. It puts me in mind of the last case we worked on with Dr. Scythe.
I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. Oh, no. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a 4-weekly pound income. I said that weird. Did that sound weird, or that came out of my mouth weird? The rare scent of a weekly 4-pound income. There we go, that's better. And that scent masked the underlying scent of the deception, I suppose.
The two criminals in question are the pair we...
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm waiting for a package. My new keyboard's coming today. I might, stop talking for a second if my phone gets a notification. Because obviously I'm here yapping with my headphones on. I'm not going to hear the delivery guy, so, you know.
The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean? That's right, Suze. And it was me who took them in. Thanks, me tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen.
Indeed. Yours truly. I always, by the end of a stream, I get Gina's voice down there where I want it, and then at the start of a new stream, I completely forget it, and it's out the window, and she's just common British rat. Mr. Sholmes, I can do it in my sleep, but damn it, I hate women. Women voices. Doing them. I don't like voice acting women. It's hard. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
Let's hire him with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
No. No. I can't agree with him, he's bald. No, I mean, no offense to bald people, but, you know, he is kind of evil, and he is bald. You know, Jeff Bezos, he's bald, and he's evil, so, you don't have a good, rap record. Yes, well, and there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Von Zeeks for some reason. I'm goofing, guys, I'm goofing. I mean, no, Andrew Tate is evil, and so is Jeff Bezos, but about the bald thing, if you're bald, I'm sure you wear it better than them. Couldn't be me, though.
The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Von Zeeks.
No offense to bald people, but all offense to horrible people. Exactly right. Well, I mean, well put. I could, nothing that, eloquent comes out of my mouth, but yeah. And Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow.
Gosh, I think you're right.
What's he really trying to achieve here today? He is just being, a little bit of a tsundere, He doesn't want to outright admit his feelings anymore, like he used to. He's hiding behind that prosecutor's bench. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. The recess will be over shortly. By the by, do you have any gushers in your lunchbox? I've run out, and I'd be willing to trade my crackers and cheese if that fancies your Eastern palate. Yes, you're right. About my Eastern palate, that is. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Oh, thanks, Ryunosuke. That just instills me with confidence. I love when you tell me that. 24-hour trial, here we go. I am Steve. Are you ready then, Miss Susato?
Yes.
Yes! Falcon! Look at his fucking power stance. Lord Van Zeeks, I mean. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Von Zeeks, here present who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord, have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. This is kind of neither here or there, but okay. Bro's eating that spaghetti! But I recently finished Daredevil, the Netflix series, and then the sequel series on Disney+. And I really loved it. Daredevil is, possibly one of my favorite Marvel characters now. He's so fucking rad. But I would love, if they were to do at all any more crossovers, there's a lot of names on the list I'd like to see, but a Marvel one where you get to play as Matt Murdock, maybe it's just a Marvel-themed Ace Attorney game and you're playing as him, or you're Phoenix Wright and you have to do something with them, a la Professor Layton. But, I think it would be so cool, and you have to try get Wilson Fisk or something. I don't know. There's so many ideas you could put together for Ace Attorney for crossovers. It's so easy. So many things would fit. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. extortion. You may omit your occupants, your occupations. Sorry, long night. But state your names for the court. I am Fabian DeRosso, a descendant of the great DeRosso family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino De Rossi. Holy fucking shit, it's Peppino himself! It's actually Peppino! His name is fucking Peppino! I'm the third son of a great family, the Rossi, the landowners of Napoli. And I run a failing pizza business. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Can we get a mod for GAA 2 where this is the noise and that's Peppino, please? Thank you. Or Gustavo's DeRosso. Those who graduate from Timusk are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, huh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand... Now it's fucking Cortex, sorry. Mamma mia, he has the grand ideals, but petty plans. This is a strange combination. He's a charm of the hilarious brothers. You see, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I can't. I'm off my game. Why is his name Peppino, bro? Ain't no fucking way. Listen to me, Peppino, you fucking slut. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your stupid fucking fat cheeks. Listen to me, Peppino, I have two things to say to you. Hey, Jay, are you about to tell me of your grand anecdotes? Viva! Mamma mia! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Gibbalo! That it is! Capo's a trump card! The furrow the brow. Is it actually supposed to be like a Mario? He's doing the Mario... He did a Mario jump! This is Peppino, he did his fucking uppercut. It is a deeper, Capo. The furrow in the meaning of your words. Well, the court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Hello, I will explain it.
No, Capo. Leave it to me. As you will see, we both have a vivid red hair, no? At the school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like a Trevi fountain. Whee! Those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads. Do you guys respect me? Not for my red hair. I mean, £4 a week for free? I gotta say, you know, sign me up. This been Peppino enough. I will explain the rest. I can't get over that. His fucking name is Peppino. He's a tiny, short, little Italian man. I just wish... Fuck. He did a fucking Peppino uppercut. How many Peppinos are there in the world right now? How many people are named Peppino? I want to check. Could you estimate how many people are named Peppino in the world?
Unfortunately, precise global statistics on the number of people with the first name Peppino are not readily available in public databases or through general web searches. Name databases often focus on more common given names. However, we can try to understand the name better and make a very rough estimate.
No answer in short. You know, you could stop at, I can't do that, instead of giving me a whole big explanation on something I don't give a fuck about. I asked you how many Peppinos there are in the world. If you're gonna give me a big explanation on why there's no Peppinos in the world, I don't want to hear it. That's not what I asked. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same price in every paper in London. Yes, we saw the notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, this I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. You know, I do technically have red hair, but it's not flame-colored. It's not that red. Like, my hair falls under like a ginger snap kind of color. It's kind of brown. It only really shows its redness and, like, if it's got light shone through it. Like, under normal lighting conditions, it's kind of... Yeah, I mean, yeah. What I said. And if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in the droves at the park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France. It was the most elegant plan, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by one witness as choked with the red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrow.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. It was a distraction! It was a distraction so nobody noticed that Inspector Gregson would be killed! Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see for the rest of my life.
See, and now, every time I see a couple here, I feel sick to my stomach. Mamma mia.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Other than your grand deception of London's people, and you should be prosecuted for that, not let alone. But you probably have information that we need.
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. Naturally, neither of these men have told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
He's still eating his spaghetti. That little bambino loves his spaghetti.
Yeah, the more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph.
A capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place.
Mamma mia. Don't look at me. Just because the sound of my ass cheeks clapping alerted the guards.
You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this came into the park. That I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception. However, accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Uffa! What was the attitude? We got nowhere, huh?
He's really a sulking now.
This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard.
It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League undercover.
Ah, I have the answer.
Maybe there was another similar event on the park in the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. Thus, you are ridiculous.
You are ridiculous. Who's better? These guys are the Skulkin brothers? Well, the Skulkin brothers weren't named Peppino. But the Skulkin brothers were, like, literally Mario and Luigi. But this guy's literally Peppino. Which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. I wonder if ever they did a Nintendo crossover, how far they would let them go. Like, if they did a Nintendo-themed Ace Attorney game where, like, they gotta defend to, like, Mamma Mia, Mr. Mario. You know? And they probably wouldn't even let them show blood, maybe. I don't know. But then again, I don't know. Because in Bayonetta, when they did that crossover, I believe the Nintendo devs wanted them to show more skin on the Nintendo skins. They wanted them to be more sexy. Like, I think the story goes that the devs, like, knew that it was, like, Nintendo they were working for, so they're like, okay, let's reel it back and make these, like, more normal, less skimpy, you know, and make them more, like, traditional Nintendo skins, and they're like, no, make it sexy. They're like, shit, you don't have to tell us twice. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like, no, it's Ace Attorney, you guys have, you know, the blood, the autopsy reports, you know, get that all going. Hell, if they were to do, like, a crossover and explain Toadsworth's death, I mean, Toadworth deserves a proper burial, you know? He's dead, for reals. Who killed Toadsworth? I don't know. Was it Donkey Kong? Was it Wario? Was it Red Toad? Blue Toad? Green Toad? Yoshi? It'd probably have to be another Toad, honestly, if we're being realistic here. I doubt they put the blood on Donkey Kong's hands. Yes, my lord.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph,
Capo?
Alright. Start pressing these boys. 1,000 people. That's a very big crowd.
It was quite a spectacle. The redheads had come all over from the capital.
See, the capo here is a magnetissimo animal, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be aboard the game, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui. That we did, because every single one of them paid us 5 shillings.
That's so much money. That's 5,000 shillings right there. How much is that?
We take their names, we take their money, and we take their address as well. And then I tell them we take a few days to let them know by a post. E finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day?
That's a small fortune.
Who thought there would have been 1,000 gunnable redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. But I don't recall this man in the photograph.
He doesn't look at all familiar?
No, I don't think so. And is this a wig? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick other people.
Peppino. You gotta look in the mirror, bruh. Says the con artist.
Between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, senor. I may be small. But my memory is very large. I don't forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not gonna give the court a definite, it seems.
Hey, Capo, you didn't see me like this, eh?
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 people or more that day?
Is that true? My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. This is just an eyesore. But as if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we could recall.
He was scarfing down fish and chips nearly everywhere he went.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, eh?
Okay, you just said that out loud for all to hear, alright. Tell me you're lying without telling me you're lying. Don't tell me you're lying when you're trying not to lie about lying that you're lying. Catch my drift?
If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Cosmo said these two had been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? His fish and chips! I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly?
Not really. I was looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Oh, the spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti!
Really, I had no idea.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
Si, capo! Si! I said again and again!
Alright, well, it's definitely this line of reasoning since we can feed them other info. Sucks that we have to skip through all this again. His profession. I can certainly appreciate, yeah. But what if I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective?
The man in the photograph, a detective?
Yes.
It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito.
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Ah, but does it really? Okay, how old is Peppino? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. But his voice had it a lot more high pitched than I was giving him, but, you know. Something to add, Mr. DeRossi? He's MR? What does that mean? Oh, you mean Mister? You mean you thought Peppino was a lady? I actually thought it was a lady at first too. Peppino does have a femboy quality to him.
See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
Eh? What did you just say? About the detective?
Yeah.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough. But why, Capo? What's the problem?
I gotta turn my lights on. Yeah. There we are.
There was a man who said that I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good Lord!
How tiny he is.
Dora!
He is literally Peppino himself from Pizza Tower.
Dora! Explaining this whole... this volte-face in your testimony witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park and said there was no such man. My die. What are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at so many things. But not the two. The memory and the meals.
You don't know Pizza Tower? Oh, it's just an indie game. It's an excellent indie game, and the main character is a little Peppino man. He runs around a tower, and it's inspired by Wario Land. I love it. That's all you really need to know. That's why I keep referencing it.
Like I said, when it's time to eat a pasta, no one is faster.
Is he doing the chicken dance right now?
Dun 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 dun. But you're inferior to me in every way, so shut up!
He just wanted to feel included, that's why he slammed.
Trotard, the damage is done.
What did he say? What did you say? Rocktard? What? Wait a minute.
Did it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. It was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face is completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you really are a detective, it shows the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was fully prepared. He said he had identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? Oh, 100%, this is our perp. This is our perp. It's that guy. It's this fucking bitch. Our John Doe.
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord? How do I know? Come on. Younger, no mustache, thin chin. How is it not gonna be him? Bro was definitely imitating an officer. Sad eyes. Those are pretty sad eyes to me. He looks sorrowful. I mean, he's been lying to his wife for 10 years. I mean... Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
clearly, the papers were fake. Sotto capo, you're a genius! As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico! And look, here is the identification.
So you stole it from the man.
He had it coming. He made us very scared. He was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them. Okay. But I really like them. Really like them.
Let's take a look. Who is it? Well, I suppose we should look at this inspector's identification. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a photo. Yeah, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it?
Out of interest, what name is given?
Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Yeah. Wait, what?
The Scotland Yard insignia. It looks genuine to me.
But how?
He stole it. He stole it off of Gregson. I mean, is it really that hard to imagine that?
Super Craig. I'm gonna fiddle with my mic a little bit. Do you mean to say?
I know it seems incredible, but yes.
To be a little goofball, to be a little funny little guy, to imitate Officer, to, I don't know, do something. He's just a little guy. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. I don't know what he was doing yet, but like, I don't want to read it again. Thank you. God damn, I love the fucking testimony music. He was not in the park. I guess we just finish pressing them?
Hold it!
But we only have your word for that.
See, but else what can we do, eh?
True. But what else can you do? Exactly right.
Oof, we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown a horrible picture of the dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are victims here. Eh, capo?
Well, we did steal 5,000 shillings. No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
Well, I mean, they give up their money willingly. It's not a swindle if they give it up willingly. It's a legal scam. You have to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Capo? Ah, mi amor. Hold it!
What do you mean by that?
Cavolo, you promised not to say, capo. After we had taken all the money that way, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, Oopsie. But it is an easy mistake to make, eh? The first and the 31st. You have to stay a whole extra 30 days? I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this and that so-called great red detective called us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. Is a holy punishment, as you say. Eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is all your fault. Ah! Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster.
True. Facts. Crypto scams from the 19th century, exactly.
I've seen the evidence.
Well, it's obviously the... you know... the badge. No, you gotta object. Nothing to do with us.
Hold it!
His name is on the thing. I can certainly appreciate that.
The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson?
Yes.
Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them.
Oh.
It was not a real interview, eh? It was just for a show. Why would I want to remember the names?
That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, and as we have already said. I see.
It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further.
So maybe Gregson wasn't there at all. This is all just a red herring. Ha 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 ha. Red herring. If it was made to look like he had gone... I don't know. Because he was... that red hair was... it seems like it was planted on him. And then if this guy stole his badge, it's not unruly to think that maybe he wrote that down in his diary. That he was going to be investigating the Red-Headed League.
It's all a devilish little scheme, it is.
Hold it!
Okay. Do I put it on this one?
Objection!
Okay. That simple. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade?
Why, Miss Lestrade? What's your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's! No question about it!
It can't be.
As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation. Not where I was gonna go with it, but okay.
So I saw the orders. Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away.
That's true.
I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose your summit, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be then That the inspector was physically unable to report it? Oh, because he was fucking dead! Because he was fucking dead!
Physically, eh? What are you saying?
Unable to.
You're not suggesting.
Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen.
No. Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing. I done nothing.
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you have to behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Now I wish I had returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise,
Let me stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the corporal needs to hear your story. I know nothing. I done nothing. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again. About these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
For crying out loud. Who needs Mo the Clown when Ryunosuke's out here doing puns in his head? The detective and the identification.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and they shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. But this is outrageous. You... pardon me. Just a little... You imprisoned the man? But no, see, no, it was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Eh, Capo? It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oofa. So, you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. By one little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it! No. Por favor, Capo. It's not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. If we find out that our beloved Inspector Gregson is dead because of one little mishap of a date, I'm going to be relatively angry. We are gonna rumble! The truth is, we took him for prisoner and kept him in the night at our secret hideout.
Hold it! Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first time for Capo. He was at the end of his wits. I told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this secret hideout of yours?
an old empty house behind the park on 9th Street. We rented the place for 2 days, but it was inspired an idea by the capo here.
Impulsive idea, I would say.
No. Not impulsive, inspired. Eh, capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
And it was the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson in, was it?
But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you're right. But we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
I think it's too convincing. I think they're being genuine. I think the person they saw was definitely the other guy. What was his name? Vigil? I think the Mr. Vigil took Gregson's identification and paraded around as him, and then he got captured by these two and held in the hideout. But that would mean that Gregson would have had to die before that. Because, you know, otherwise he would have reported his identification going missing. Too scared. Why?
Because of why he comes to the park, we didn't know. There was a chance that he'd seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the prison station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, eh? Without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good.
Well, see, you may be right. Eh, capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man as a prisoner.
But what I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I've forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
What? That's not where he lives. This guy's a big old fat phony.
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino.
I mean, his face does have jiggle physics. Look at that. Shaking up and down. It's a little mesmerizing.
And that's when we started to say he was an inspector, and not long afterwards he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did that. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that's the one.
What made you believe it was a forgery?
I've never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking he must be a falso, eh, capo? It's just as Peppino has said, we were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside the locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly?
Buffy, it was nothing, just a minor incident. The falso inspector, he was a real piece of work, eh, capo?
What happened?
Uffa, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, eh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him?
We chased him, monsieur, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? So, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong?
Me? I was just enjoying my spaghetti.
Something Mr. DeRosso just said, seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about?
Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. I speak from a personal experience.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, eh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have bruises to prove it, eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fantastico bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
It's all on my ass. And what to do? I show you or I don't? I show you or I don't?
You do. Now.
Allora, if anybody wants to see it, then I do it.
Bzz. Who had that? Who had that?
It was fucking gossip! It was you! It was you! Objection! Hold it! It was Big Lips!
Why him? Unless him and Vigil are the same. That was my guess. I mean, he's got similar hair. But I mean, I don't know where the lips came from, or the nose, but... Or the butt chin.
So, you see, it's still very visible, eh?
That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo sometimes he is very rough, and I said it's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we're talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What's your opinion, Council?
Oh, it's important. Oh, it's important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, eh?
Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi.
See, if you really want to know.
Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar?
Is this true, Mr. DeRosso?
But we had the Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It was a souvenir from that time. It was a very strong chain.
A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the baby. I would not have tried to run again.
Talk about this lover's quarrel. Bro's going doggy mode. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people equally is the capoeira's motto, eh?
Starting to sound a lot more like a prison of all of a sudden.
The capo is tough, but the capo is rough. I shouldn't have done it.
So the following morning, when you released the inspector,
He had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, silver plate. Leave it now. Now you know, eh? The capo, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. So, I can't present people.
but
Objection!
there we go. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there's no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off of the man in the morning. I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark was still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRosie.
Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning many times. Peppino's right. The man in the photograph. It was something different to the man we held captive that night.
They really like short and fat and long and thin, huh? Matt and Ryan from Super Mega?
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made the assertion itself.
And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel?
It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up at the park at the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this impostor that appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi? Though it seems incredible, I admit that the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man is, the capo dragged him from a pillar to post with the dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, it was not so harsh as you say, eh? So, who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Get to the point, Cosmo. Just let me pick already. I know who it is.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was on the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses! Is this the man or not? Did you guys hear my dog snore? It was so loud. Yeah, something happened to his lips. He's definitely had, like, plastic surgery overnight or something. So he's not caught.
What has happened to his lip?
Huh?
See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no?
Perhaps. Rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order, bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately!
There it is.
Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now, what's going on here, eh? We have always had this me. It's your birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you?
Yeah, something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to give me this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to piddle back on Fresno Street, will you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosa and Mr. DeRossi, surely you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice?
We are in big trouble, eh, Capo? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The man who claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man.
He's right, see? You think we were affected? Forget those grand lips, eh? I never leave Fresno Street. I don't know just in the Red-Headed League. I'm alone in the world, mate. I'm no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Doesn't look like I carry off a disguise on a face like this.
I think that is a disguise, sir.
But certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
But I'm telling you, there was no need for this pointless testimony.
That's right, I'm just a simple vendor member. Vendor sheet's all I know. How could I possibly come by a police inspector's identification book, huh?
Well, yeah, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, Counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone else in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright.
The man who claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. Oh. Wait, hold on.
Oh! Hold on, guys. My package is here. I'll be right back. There it is. Okay, I'll be right back. Holy crap, Lois! I got my big old box! It's much bigger than I expected. The box is very large. But yes, my keyboard has been playing up recently. I don't know what's wrong with it. I cleaned it thoroughly, and still some of the keys are just, being a little freaky. And it's really annoying. So I decided, you know what, I've had this keyboard for years. I'm gonna buy a new one. So, here we are. And it's a mini keyboard, too, so it cuts off, like, the calculator part, like the right side of the keyboard, and the F's are gone as well. Which is fine by me, I don't really use them at all. But they really gave me a huge box for it. I was not expecting that.
There it is. My beautiful new keyboard.
Ooh, it's kind of heavy. Fucking box. Get out of my sight. Oops, sorry. Yeah, it's a nice, small keyboard. It cuts off the entire, the calculator portion of the keyboard and the F1 through 12. Which is fine to me, I don't really need it. Yeah. Sweet. Mechanical, too. 30 bones from this was $100, but it was on sale for 30. Ooh. Oh my! Ooh, look at this. Ooh. Ooh, very nice. Ooh, I like that. And that is a good size. Wait, is it? Oh, no, it isn't. It's not, Bluetooth. I didn't want a Bluetooth one. I don't want any lag or anything. Yeah, here's the cord. Oh! What's this? What is this? I got like a little circle thing. What the fuck is that? Well, when we play Repo, we'll have a new little instrument to use. Which is nice. Is this a long cable? Whoops. Oh dear. It doesn't seem very long. But it is just a USB-C. Let's have a look here. I got a little instruction booklet. And that's it. USB 2.0. Oh, cool. Okay, so it's not 3.0. I don't have to hold out for a blue USB point. Oh, that's just all like button combos for stuff. Okay, that's fine. Well, let's plug it in, right? I don't want to fuck anything up on stream, so, you know, I'm gonna try and not knock things over and destroy the stream, hopefully. Move that over somewhere, not here. Okay.
Let's get this ding-dong plugged in, shall we?
First I gotta get this one unplugged. Yep. Okay. I've unplugged the previous keyboard. Now I just need to get this cable through this tumultuous set of wires. Hold on. Don't unplug anything. Got it.
I got it.
Ow! Look at this tiny little keyboard. That takes up so much less room. There we go. She's plugged in, buddy. Ooh. Whoa, it is like fucking rainbow. It's literally shining through the rainbow colors. Whoa, that's so crazy looking. What the hell? Well, let me type something. I want to type something. Hold on. I gotta get used to this new thing. Yeah? I think my YouTube's lagging, though. If I do it here. Yeah, my YouTube's lagging for some reason. That works flawlessly. Very nice. It's so nice and small. It's like a little petite. Ooh. Yeah. I can get down with that. That gives me so much more room. Holy shit. Cool. I don't know what the fuck this is. It looks like a little... I don't know what this is. It's like a circle with two prongs. What the fuck is this? What have they given me? I don't know. Oh, wait. Is that to take keycaps off? Oh, maybe. Maybe this is to remove keycaps. Mayhaps. Alright, well, cool. That's our little unboxing section done. Fun. Okay. Let's get back to it. Sorry about that. But if I get a package on stream, I'm gonna open that shit, you know? Guerrilla Gaming. That's gonna be so handy. Because my desk is small. Or like, it's not small as though, it's just... I've got a drawing tablet here, 2 monitors, my Wave XLR, the Switch, the PS5, the fucking Happy Meal collectible Minecraft box on the left. Like, I got a lot of stuff. And there's just a tangle of cables everywhere. So this is actually quite nice. And you know your boy had to get the pink one. Though I think that's the only one they had, but... if they had multiple colors, I was gonna pick pink anyways. Because... I mean, that's just the best color. Really.
Hydrate, no problem, buddy. I'll hydrate.
But my keyboard is definitely doing a Balatro polychrome right now. It's just constantly shifting colors. I like it, though. Yeah. I mean, maybe I'll change it, because I have the instructions there, but we'll leave that for now. Alright. So we pressed... Did we press that?
Hold it!
I don't know if we did. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that one that was left behind on your colleague by your prize collar.
Oh dear, with your words, it is like you're trying to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh?
No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London are a neck to die for, eh? They broke my mold when they made me.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain you've never seen this man before?
Oui, sister, I swear it was the flames of my hair.
So fierce. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
It is right, see, you'd think we could forget those grand lips, huh?
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league.
Hold it!
It's kind of hard to do his voice because I'm putting my bottom lip above my right lip? I'm putting my bottom lip above my upper lip, and my mustache is just getting, it's kind of gross. I'm kind of just like slobbering all over it. But what else do you do for a man with the biggest bottom lip you've ever seen? Well, yeah, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
What am I trying to say is, for some reason it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen a hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain.
You see, maybe it's a national trend, huh? Maybe all the people from the this man's country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street. I've never left.
That's the problem, see?
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
How many times you want me to say it, eh?
You know what? It does look like his nose is pushed up a little bit. Is that just like putty? Is it just like clay? But then the butt chin, too. Is that just clay? It ain't no coincidence. This is him. This is our guy.
Hold it!
So, you've heard of the red-headed You've heard of the Red-Headed League, have you?
We are getting on like gossip enough now. It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold that tasty tribute to a few redheads that came past me. It was really nice. I even got a sandwich to cover up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, there's no street smart patch. You won't catch me sliding off some other part of town, no sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Mr. de Rousseau.
Oui, can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? Something incriminating?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes?
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip with a housing agent?
Oui, he had some kind of contract.
I started doing the lip thing for him now.
He had some kind of contract and they were clearly discussing terms.
Oh, but no. You're mistaken, my chum. I've never left friends so straight with me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes?
Well, like I said, that was me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No. This man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Bone. Is better than Mr. Gossip, I think, See?
Oh, shit. Mr. Huge Bone.
No. I'm a fellow tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. Well, I don't much like folk talk about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of this court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
Of course, objection! Objection! Objections times 10! That's the name of the guy who's been paying off for the apartment that Gregson was found in!
Objection.
Objection! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Huge Bone. The name of the leaseholder of this room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, sir.
So your real name is Huge Bone, huh?
Definitely not a pseudonym for nothing? Not an alias?
Oh, yes, between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So, I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Long Street.
Every 6 months? Damn. You're not gonna get a fucking lease like that. Every 6 months you pay the rent? Damn. Not $3,000 a day? Or a week?
Oh, I remember now there were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Oh, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not me. Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't know talking about my personal life. I'm a chip bit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Bone. If I must.
The leasehold that Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body discovered has been here under our noses this whole time.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? It's a bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then why'd you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to.
No, that was not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. Maybe he's trying to bury that he's the guy who let the murderer, the professor, off. Because, I mean, definitely he was the one in charge of that execution, right? So it's definitely rooted there. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Gossip... Sorry, Mr. Bone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason.
Yeah, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. And that's how I'm finally gonna undo this man. Control Z! There's one bit of his testimony that's already under scruples? Or is he just saying that because I was meant to press everything first?
Hold it!
You mean you have no family?
No, none at all. So I spent my days on prisoners.
Oh! That's what. Sorry, I didn't click. Yep, his wife. Your wife, monsieur?
Objection!
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is among that of the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Mr. Bone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on the case. It has every bearing on the case, my sweet, sweet Kazuma. Open your eyes, buddy. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were able to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, Captain, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Bones' lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip itself is a part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Bone?
Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be.
Yes, that's right. There's only really one person he could really be. My lord! The defense believes it can reveal Mr. Bone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler that goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
No! I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has nothing to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. Husband? The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. This? What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two redheaded league men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not been able to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
No, just hold on a minute. No, I don't have the...
What I'm talking about? Really? That face. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please. Bailiff! Bring soap and a sponge and a washbowl at once. And a crowbar. We're going to rip that lip off of his face. Like that one SpongeBob scene where they rip off his mouth. Mr. DeRosso and DeRossi, you will restrain the witness.
What? Okay.
Me, my lord. See, my lord.
What? Peppino, why did you sound like that for a second?
No, stop. Get off. Don't.
Oh, yep. It's him.
I knew it.
That's the only time you hear the Pursuit variant? Oh. Damn. How long is that version of the song? Like fucking a whole 4 minutes probably, and you only get to hear 2 seconds.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Wow, he got dressed really quickly, huh? He must have had that on under his fucking thin shirt, which he clearly didn't have anything on underneath.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This
Is it the imposter we saw at the park? Extraordinary.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. Rousseau and Mr. Rossi in the park.
Was you disguised as the inspector? Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all?
Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been peddling tittle-tattle on Vesno Street for?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison.
10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil.
And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago.
So, where did Mr. Huge Bone come from? I'm curious about that. Bone is, the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll, explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
Well, you're still pretty wealthy, as your wife seems to think, so...
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
Oh, fuck, I got a sore in my top right. Ugh, that's really pissing me off. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you're the chief warder at the Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Huge Bone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right.
Place from which I could have... Oh, shit, look at this! Look at this! Okay, that's gonna be thumbnail shot for sure. That's some beautiful art. 142. Actually, you know what? No, let me take it right now. It's so annoying I can't get rid of the text. It's very annoying. I could probably find this image on, like, on the wiki, but I'll just try to grab it now. Yeah, that looks fine. Oh! Well, thanks. There was a precise point there where I could have... No. Oh, well.
And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it.
But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in... Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them.
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have had commanded as chief warder of the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
Yeah, they had to survive 10 years? Like... And we know all of his employment packages were revoked. So if he's gonna try peddle that, we can dismantle it.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I invented bone and began my other life as a street seller.
Oh, shit. So, you'd let him use that hideout as like a little spot?
The inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison.
Oh, well now I gotta do this one. That's way cooler. Oh, man. 145.
Okay. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
Oh, that's a good pause, too, to do it.
And then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
He's saying it was his idea? Is this a lie? I don't know.
What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit all system and make a statement from the proprietress.
It was always along those lines, surveillance work, interviewing people.
So you're kind of working as an undercover little man, an undercover little policeman?
On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work.
Oh, because he was doing a secret little investigation, huh?
And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up like Croker.
Well, looks like you failed that one.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be the Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my bone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Damn. Okay.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Oh, shit. Fuck. He's right!
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League gentlemen when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be.
He can't slap the table.
After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me.
Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We have had nothing to do with this murder of the inspector.
And merci, Monsieur le Défense, for proving it.
But who killed Inspector Gregson?
Order! 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 Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Well, shit.
Hold it!
Oh, hold it. Kazuma's holding it? Pardon me, my lord. But with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question, Counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. The execution of the professor, Genshin Isogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh.
Answer me, man. One moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is, of course. Definitely. I'm not just a little pissy about my dad. It's the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, Counsel?
You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Isogi's last moments. His own father.
I know. I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Isogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. You will answer the question, witness.
Why did he have to say it like that? The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten!
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Resigned? More like kicked out. Fucking killed off. Objection! For some particular reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what? I was just thinking of how good, Kazuma looks in that outfit. Never mind, what was it? What were you talking about?
Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job...
Yeah, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out and obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. When they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't.
Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it! Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another.
Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out that contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Yeah. Of course you should. I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Do you want to pursue the truth, or do you want to be a big baby bitch pussy? Oh, I know the correct answer. The one that involves pussy. Let's see here. Okay, where is it? This?
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
Well, let me enlighten you. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment.
A dismissal notice?
And the name on that notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? It's mine?
So, you didn't resign from prison service at all.
For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it?
Well, it seems like he didn't actually fake it. It seems like he is in distress, okay? So he did seal it away.
If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil! It's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution?
No, that was precisely 1 month from Donkey Kong Bonanza releasing in the year 2025. Professor... As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, the execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery, in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave...
Clambering.
A gunshot ran out from over his shoulder. And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Why'd I shoot him? He was evil! Well, I thought he was evil, but now I'm not so sure. Now, it's definitely a possibility that he was set up, and that his father wasn't actually the professor. And everybody's been under a false pretense the entire time. And actually, it was Lord Strongheart that was the professor. And subsequently, the Reaper. Having such a high part in the office, such a high and mighty prosecutor, he definitely had the ability to do it. And it's not the first time, you know. Investigations too. Mr. Hand Bernie McGee. Whatever his name was. He was also like, I don't know if he was chief prosecutor, but he was like head of the prosecutorial board or something like that. And I've been saying from the beginning that he was evil. There's blood on his hands. I know it. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth of what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And now's its time for you to drag them up! Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. Huh? What? So he didn't let him go, he escaped? Or at least, that's what we're hearing now.
Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
In my head, it's... It's like some floodgates have opened up. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness! The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yeah, Anak Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
Millgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected for doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but can I help you now?
As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution before, yeah? Fuck. Gotta do the fucking Scottish, Irish, whatever. It seems that the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Whoa! Cool! Oh shit! Did he just have a heart attack?
Order, bailiff! Fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
Yeah, shit.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr.
Oh, he
Vigil,
says Van.
Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage of the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Wait, is that the end of this chapter? Are we hopping right into the last case? No, usually it would say end. But why would we get a voice acting stinger? Okay, no, investigation part 2, okay. Boy. My dog's snoring so cute. It's weird that we got a voice acting stinger. That was strange. I still can't quite believe what had just happened. Your man, he coughed in his sleep. Are you alright, buddy? Chip. He's fine. He nodded at me.
I know I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. It seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Oh, wait, that's what happened? Oh! That's what we were shown. Oh, that's why there was the breaking glass. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Well, I mean, you and Kazuma, it wasn't just you alone, really. And if we really want to drag everybody down, you know, the judge, the two redheads, Susato, it wasn't just us. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Bruno!
Oh, Iris. That was kind of ear-piercing.
Oh, you were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
Evan says you've had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that perhaps should never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What's that mean?
He knows very well what happens when you open into someone else's old wounds. You often open up your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true. That's so fact.
Well, that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's a lot. That's the lot of a great detective in some ways. God, I've got like phlegm or some shit in the back of my throat. It's making it hard to even focus on speaking.
So then, let's have tea, and I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yeah, I've finish this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Early's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
I always like having two partners in an investigation. It happens very rarely. I mean, probably just because the writers don't want to have to, you know, have two sets of dialogue options for two separate entities. 3, including Rinosuke. But it's always a breath of fresh air to have an extra person along. An extra voice to do. Do we need to talk to you? Yep.
So how'd it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth of what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Ah, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development, too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What, the day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included on the autopsy report. Oh, that is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there?
Do you mean?
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. So, I'm thinking that Strongheart put Van Zieks up to inspecting Gregson. Because Gregson was working to uncover the truth about the case 10 years ago. I'm guessing he found that, like, piece of evidence, and then that was blown out of proportion, but he always knew there was something fishy about it, and that there was more to it. But I guess Lord Strongheart and Van Zieks were just too gung-ho about it, and, you know, well, got the wrong guy, theoretically. And it turns out that that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
Then why was the notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. What if, maybe, the Reaper was Wilson? That would explain why... I don't know if I've said that before. It sounds familiar, but that would explain why we can't talk about Iris's dad with her around, and especially why Sholmes is very himself about it. Food for thought, I guess.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
I never imagined I might have been investigating inspector's movements?
Well, according to the last entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It appeared that the inspector had something to do with what he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something like something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Alright.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Sinner's.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
That's amazing, Rono! You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. By accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea. It's so that nobody would know about his secret investigation.
Oh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay Mr. Vigil a visit, don't you?
Back to St. Sinner's, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows.
Why are you doing this now? It's adorable, but, you know.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone says anything to hide, my special roasting shooting, I will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. And then I'm quite sure it'll be very effective.
I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. All right. Let's hop to the hospital first. He's not here yet. Unless he's over here. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Are we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil.
I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you've lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes.
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
So he's just not here then? Okay. Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Alright, I guess we can't do that first. Alright, well, let's go one at a time then.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asugi. You will continue with the trial exactly as instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
The fine Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asugi.
My lord. Kazuma? Aww. I think he really wants to. He really wants to, you know, go back to how things were, but he can't. Something's holding him. We gotta get our boyfriend back. We gotta get our husband back.
Yes, what are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Zeke's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asugi's unwelcome inquiries are going to take much longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information! Hey! Ugh. Hold on. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know.
Ugh. Maybe this will help clean me up a little bit. Ugh.
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. It lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believe Lord Van Zeeks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper.
But if it is Wilson, if he, if he didn't actually die in Japan and his body went missing, perhaps, then, he could have been alive to do it to, Mr. Man. What was his name? The first guy, McGilded. And we've already seen that happen once before with Kazuma, so I'm not sure. But it's a possibility. I gotta stop playing with this little fucking circular piece of plastic they gave me for my keyboard. Pretty sure it's to pull the keys out, but I keep fiddling with it. It's distracting me. It's distracting me!
It's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed in this trial.
And the impact that revelation will have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the Professor's, the trial of Genshin Asogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new, young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
So that's what all those gears are about up there.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of the great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What? What do you mean?
Not something with which you should concern yourself. Just killing him. Eliminating him. Fun times. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I think I'll have more questions afterwards.
Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi?
Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. That was surprisingly easy.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not all sure I know how to talk to him at all at the moment. New locations added. Oh, here's the murder scene. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel in the corner, Japanese style.
It's his habit to sit Caesar style whenever he's working.
Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. The prosecutor appears to be out.
Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first?
Wow. Very subtle, I see. He's just reading his whittle book. Look at our little prosecutor reading his whittle book. Oh, what a cutie pie. What you reading there, boy? The Catcher in the Rye. Charlotte's Web. Oh, I actually did forget that that Iris was with us. She didn't say anything in the last one. Is she really that tall? That seems a little... I mean, she is 10. And Susada's probably not that tall. Yeah, that probably makes sense, actually. I worked it out.
Lord Ranzeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely.
If I hadn't noticed you, I definitely would have heard you. You're fucking loud as shit. What do you Nipponese want?
That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it?
Perhaps not.
Hmm?
I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Damn!
Lord Ranzeeks speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange.
I must say, I was impressed.
Oh, well, thank you.
Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That didn't make me really happy or anything.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years.
Played the part. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you're the Reaper. Because it helped to reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing.
He already expects us to be this good. You know what? That's a good way to look at it. I think Renos could still act like that. Well, I mean, I wasn't happy that you said that or anything.
Then why would I choose to say anything?
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone's clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone's using you.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I have been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization. You know, for a split second, when I was going off of on the little tangent about maybe Wilson being the Reaper, it did kind of occur to me. There's been several moments where it's like, maybe the Reaper isn't one particular person. And I think maybe that's what's going to go down now. And I'm not trying to take credit or anything. Was a thought I had. Okay, this is real. I can't prove it, but it did cross my mind. Because, you know, the people around these cases have come and gone and been here and there and in Japan and then in Britain and then just everywhere. So it would make sense if they were all a part of this. And there was that list of people that Kazuma was on. And he's not been acting himself. But to be fair, unless he killed Gregson. I don't know.
It's inconceivable that all these accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have been very accurate information about the accused in each case. which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Some of that... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
Was it really Gregson? Was he really there? Is he really the centerpiece? No, Gregson, please. No!
Gregson? The Reaper? Gregson's secret. So the reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. There's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization.
No, this was not on my fucking bingo card. I thought he was just a funny little guy who ate his fish and chips and was cool. Is that why he was gonna try run off to France? So that he could have a good life for Gina? So that Gina didn't get wrapped up in all this, because she's wholly innocent? Oh, she can't hear about this. Let Gregson's memory serve without this part of the history left in, man. She doesn't need to hear it, man. Come on, man.
I don't believe it. I signed that Gregson. He was behind all those awful all those awful criminals meeting there.
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Oh, man. I was always under the pretense that he was so noble. I was like, oh, maybe, he was going out to pretend to be him so that Lord Strongheart didn't know about it. He didn't figure out that he was, on to him. Because he was actually the guy behind it all.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. But the room he rents on Vesno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then.
Actually, I do have a name.
You... what?
Well, if you name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper, then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Assassin.
Shin. Wait. Genshin. Assassin. Kazuma Sogi. My balls. Wait, what? Shin? You'll never guess the pun for her name, you guys. You'll never guess it. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was her true name. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, wait, but... that means she was enlisted to assassinate Mr. Wilson. No, it's a... Come on, dude, give me a little credit, assassin. Come on. Assassin, come on. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction. The mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? It all started with her. Funnily enough. Well, you know, not necessarily started, but I meant like the game started with her trial.
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson.
What are you blabbering about?
Oh, look at that sweet innocent smile. She doesn't need to know that. No. I mean, I think it's probably going to cause more drama than needed if we keep, you know, withholding it from her. But, you know, we should keep that smile on her face a little longer.
As I should let Father know at once.
Yes, I agree.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Asogi. Professor. I don't believe that... Could Genshin have been the professor? I think it's all building to the fact that I don't think he was the professor. It's constantly been said about how he saw the same truth-wielding, you know, like, menace in his eyes. And that he was upstanding. He said he has the same eyes as us, and I think he might have mentioned Kazuma as well. But, like, we were all certain for the truth. Oh, maybe no. Maybe he was talking about his brother, actually. His brother, Genshin Asogi, and then Naruhodo. But if he had that fire, I don't know if he could have been the professor. Well, I think... I don't know who it would be. But, like, everything we're hearing about the actual man behind it is that he was a sweetheart. He was, like, a legend. Friend to Mario and Goku. If he's a friend to Mario and Goku, how bad of a villain could he be? Bros befriended two of, like, the happiest characters in all of fiction.
It's true the aristocracy at the time was the root of the numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics and economics and war.
Judge G. Goku. His name's literally Goku.
In many ways, Asoki was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
Yeah, I see.
That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint von Zieks was a noble and an upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life?
Well, my old theory was that Clint was the Reaper. I don't know, though.
In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How'd that happen?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Was he after you? Were you the target?
Did Clint step in for you?
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour.
Oh, he was with Genshin.
What? Eh?
Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only the noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, ich weiß nicht so. We got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But then, just as I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint will never forgive me. It was Sergei's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
Now, why would the Professor go and sacrifice himself for the younger brother of the guy he was trying to kill? This man is not the Professor. I don't believe it. I gotta say it. It was probably... It's Gregson. It's been Gregson all along. If he's the leader of this organization, which has similar ties to the Professor, I'm guessing it was him and someone else. Wait, no. The dog was the killer, not him. He was using the dog. He wouldn't have had to get his hands dirty anyway. Oh my god, it's always been him. It lines up. How awful for you. I hate that line. It sounds like you're making fun of them, Susato. It sounds very sarcastic. You could just say that's awful. It sounds a lot more sincere. Anyway.
All at once, I lost my brother. I lost the brother I revered from the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. See, that's better. He knows how to be sincere.
That's like so awful for you. Like, I couldn't even imagine it being like that. I couldn't even imagine like that being there. Like, that's crazy though.
Susato, please.
But like, isn't that crazy? The killer, you know, sacrificing himself.
It's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson? All one and the same! Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Oh, hooray!
Yeah, alright. You chill with that? Yeah, he's probably chill with it. Let's go talk to Jigoku. And Mario. There it is.
I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
More tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in this tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Oh, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? Oh, how lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work. I read your work regularly with some interest. Who the fuck is Sherlock Holmes? I don't even know.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. I'm gonna fly for you.
Oh,
You'd be smiling so airily if you knew how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery. After I twisted some arms, I must say, it was truly an exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you admitted, by Cosma on the end there.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against Isogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten?
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
but first, we have something to report, Father.
Oh, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss the matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gone to. Yeah, see? Goku! If they were best friends with the so-called professor, how can he be evil? He's friends with Goku and Mario.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard the rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Or was he?
Right, he didn't appear until after the case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who's on the dock today? That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was someone else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say assassin?
No, Asa Shin, but yeah, assassin.
You mean that the Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! Was your friend yours killed as well?
Uh-oh. Professor Mikitoba, we should discuss this right now. Because the friend of the professor is talking about, the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
Ah! I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
But that was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, Iris! Oh, you just tried to leave me behind.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes? But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. It's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John Wilson was deeply indebted to the man for all the... I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he'd shown me during my time in London. That's why I was so keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yeah.
We're back! I love cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon would go very well with the tea they serve, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
I haven't seen Judge Goku for a while, have you? Guilty! I can't do a Goku impression, I wish I could. Now I'm mad! I'm really, really mad! And you're gonna pay!
No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Goku having been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, well, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my! He also said some contentious words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Oh, yes, talking about Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why are you giving us the photograph? Uh-oh.
Was Goku the professor, really? Was it Goku all along? No. No, Goku, please. Oh shit, the color he's wearing. It wasn't Goku at all. It was Goku Black! No, no!
Guys, don't shoot! He's black! Well, he's not black! Classic Dragon Ball Super.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly does seem to shout, we've arrived in Britain. So why else are they giving us the photo?
Why would they give us the photo? Why would they give us the photo? And he's also got a big fucking suitcase! And the guy walking into the room had a suitcase!
Goku killed Gregson!
Goku Black! No! For shame! For shame! Zamasu! It was you all along! Oh!
That's so true.
So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
No.
You want me to do...
What? No! Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Sutato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to the defense.
Oh, you mean?
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving them, Bruno? And then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as a Sogi's judicial assistant.
Yeah, she's supposed to be Cosmo's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment.
Father.
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yeah. The answer's no. You think I could leave Mr. Sholmes alone? He depends on us with every fiber of his being. If we left him alone, they'd be on the streets before long. At least they had John back then. They don't got nobody but us now. Yes, alright.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've been trying to do what I believed to be Cosmo's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? It leaves you a great defense attorney. An ace attorney, if you will. A great ace attorney.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram the government ministers and the police, Japanese police, with the information about Shishin.
Of course, Father.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And, give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Come back home.
You know, Cosmo-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a shame. Of course, it's so obvious.
How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? God fucking damn it. Yeah. Of course. Always Naruhodo with the excellent information. Well, I'm the one with the great deductions. It seems we must be partners, my friend.
Mr. Sholmes!
Ollie, where have you been?
Why, I join you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't even notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yeah?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, please, Miss Susato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly...
Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
Uh-huh. So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands, my dear fellows.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
He's putting something into motion, that's for sure. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Yet that always falls on me. See, this is exactly what I mean. If I leave for Japan, Mr. Sholmes he's gonna go around taking stuff for free, while there's no one like me to clean it up for him. And then what's he gonna do? What he's planning? I don't know. I don't know what he's cooking. He's cooking something. He's in the kitchen. And maybe he's trying to get somebody to come over from Japan? Maybe there's somebody over there with information? Something about maybe John's body? Oh, he made a grand deduction that we'd pay for it. But exactly right. If we weren't here, who's he gonna pawn that off on? Iris? They share the same wallet. Alright, well, I guess we leave, I suppose. I can't examine. Well, maybe it's time to pay Kazuma a visit. Oh, yeah, there he is. Looking very fashionable. Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer?
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that would be as a prosecutor. Yeah. That's good. Well, that definitely means he's gotta be related to Edgeworth. The reversed colors, the voice I gave him, he's just gotta be.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
You know you can use her name, right?
Well, that's what I did. Her full title. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Goku. And about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Inosuke Naruhodo. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Beria. We were headed across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. Yeah, I know, right? I was so expecting him to be like, no, you keep my sword. Because I was like, well, that sword's kind of like registered as a defense sword. So I was like, oh, maybe he's gonna want us to keep it. And then he just took it. And now he has 2 swords. It's badass, but like, I thought he was gonna let us keep it. And it was kind of letting his previous legacy live on through us. Now that he has to take this path. But, nope, he just took it. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the window. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed back up onto the deck. It is a family heirloom. And apparently he doesn't see me as family, even though we're married. Were you already suffering from amnesia at this point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. Something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Is he being coerced by Gregson? I don't know. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that there was a huge steamship that we were docked in a large port.
Must have been Hong Kong.
Yeah, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. So we know that Sholmes had a plan to get Kazuma out of Hong Kong. So it kind of begs the question, was he always in, like, cahoots with this organization? Or, you know, probably unknowingly. Or like he was fed some lie, unless he's also evil, but I don't believe it. It's Kazuma! Come on. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now I had escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, but how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. Can you remind me the names we know were on the list? It was... Asashin was there. Kazuma was there. What were the other ones? I don't remember entirely. Gregson and Wilson. Suspects! They're fucking suspects. They gotta be. Or witnesses, people who knew the truth. But then Kazuma. But he was the son. Everybody a part of the Reaper/Professor organization. Because that would also explain Wilson's weirdness. And that was kind of always my guess. Or one of them. That's right. On the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on the cargo ship. But wasn't it also like a torn page? Wasn't it like half a page or something? Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. It must have been some 3 months ago now. Formidable tenacity for purpose showing itself again. Oh, right, it was a Morse code message, yeah. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. He still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I had moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. Yeah, Japanese Morse code. So how'd you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. And that's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge on British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back. After the trial involving Drebber. But what if he had been assigned to us instead? Wouldn't that have been a better outcome? Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago.
Oh, look at you, little Joe. Look at Kosovo. Look at him.
When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain when I was just a boy, he took a photograph together. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. It is not him, bro. It's not him. He's innocent! I'm so sure of it now. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikitoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. Maybe it was Mario and Goku. Maybe both of them were part of that professor thing. And Kazuma's dad had nothing to do with it. It's that Japanese Morse code. Because it was also... There was... Mamma mia. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume, and I'll forever be in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh?
And one day, a letter arrived at our house from Great Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father.
What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
No.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from the relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. And the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Goku. Uh-oh. The other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked. Shocked momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Seems a little like Edgeworth and his dad.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I swear to God, if they, like, completely... Not copy, but, like, if it's revealed that Mario is, like, the true mastermind who did it, then it just... It's Von Karma and Edgeworth's dad all over again. Inextricably linked. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. Huh? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Berg Von Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be the mass murderer and sent him to the grave.
No, he was merely seeking justice for what was... He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's the people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. And when the man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions, or of course he must. But I know for certain, my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
I believe you! I just don't believe that it was Van Zeeks. If it had to be a Van Zeeks, Clint was my guess. Well, baby boy, it's been good talking to you. there anything I gotta show you first? Maybe the photo. Yeah, same thing that Edgeworth says. Alright, I'll see you later. Is Vigil in his hospital bed now?
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, there he is.
The lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things, you'd obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along, then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at the time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Oh, whoops. Converse, baby! Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard wouldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yeah. It was when he had to carry out these investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. He'd pretend to be the investigator, the inspector, and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location, make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you're doing on this day? Prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification, and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you. We had arranged to meet at Fresno Street Room at 5 that day so I could report to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. professor's execution never really took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for having the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
I got a feeling I know what that loophole was now.
The coffins in which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed.
Oh. Yeah, right?
Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of the condemned convict, the body was taken into its coffin for immediate burial at Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin and then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No.
I didn't think of anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution, somehow was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say is, with certainty, two things. Asogi couldn't have possibly escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison.
Well, they definitely had help from, Courtney. Courtney was involved, or some such, the executioner.
And that somebody was not me.
Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi?
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death, as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended by only the elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
He knows. He knew. He knew the truth. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. And as I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman, a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done. So I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise.
He said person. He said one. Maybe they had a little bit of a head-to-head, him and Clint. And perhaps he did kill Clint by accident. And then Gregson pinned him on that one little bit. Because it was him who had the discerning piece of evidence. And he's the Reaper, I don't know. And now he was still continuing to do, you know, the killings past that point, you know.
Guilty. That night when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night of the following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
Why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen up a will when he knows of his death?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
Okay. What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
He's allowed things.
It's unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't needlessly be uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned to his personal effects being allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials.
Interesting. Okay.
Specifically, no pens or paper.
Because he knew! He knows! They don't want him to leave evidence behind that it wasn't him.
So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him?
Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials should have been confiscated from him during his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back when he pleaded with me.
So probably the same person who arranged his escape helped him get that, maybe?
What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
This poor lad, this poor boy! How can a will be a weapon? If he knows it, if he's got info, bro. You got that to Sholmes, maybe? Maybe he was Sholmes' partner, maybe. Because we were kind of being like, you know, Wilson might not have actually been his actual partner. But he was in Japan for a long time, so I don't know. So I decided to pretend I've seen nothing, and
I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of the mysterious will.
Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-da-ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-da bum 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 ba 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 ba. Fuck, I love this song. Da 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 da. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all sent back to his family, home in Japan, you'll see.
So poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right, though I didn't search them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It can't have disappeared completely."
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence.
Oh, maybe his person on the inside was him. But then why would he fire Vigil? Was it because he was forced? Because of the way things turned out? Because he got caught?
In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yeah, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers.
What?
Okay. The Asogi Papers?
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose that's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... I miss my wife, Tails.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew. I knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil.
Haha! Before you go, there's just one thing!
Yeah? What is it?
The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd made no mention of them, of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered... well... it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Alright. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death. Which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder... perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. Well, I'm pretty sure that Goku is not innocent in this. I think Goku's definitely got some fucking bullshit going on. I mean, that photograph of him with that big suitcase, and then we know that there was somebody going into the apartment with a suitcase and fake red hair. Or suitcase, but like case, something. And then the red hair was left there, as was as was Inspector Gregson's corpse, so. Maybe Gregson was in the suitcase. Oh, I don't like that idea, actually. Maybe he was in the suitcase. Maybe he had some onboard cargo there. Baby on board. Dead fish and chip lover on board. Ooh, I don't like that. But that seems like the case, actually. That seems right. Now it's very similar to that, bombing case. If there's anyone who might know about a document that Cosmo's father left behind.
It will be Mr. Vigil's governor. Now we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
He's still here. He's still here. Okay. I'll leave him be. Okay, before we do that, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna continue. Basically, we're gonna go until the boys are ready to play Repo. So, roughly 2 more hours from what I remember of our conversation yesterday. It's gonna be at around 5 o'clock my time. So, if you stick around long enough, you might get to see us play some Repo if you want. If not, hey, all good. We're here for Ace Attorney. And we'll surely play some more Ace Attorney tomorrow. I've got to get back to Oblivion, by the way. I want to play another part. Just didn't have... I could have done it today, but... you know. We're so close with Ace Attorney. So Oblivion might have to take a backseat. I will return to it, though. If anybody cares. Alright. I'll BRB then. babies! I'm back. I'm back, everybody. Ugh. Oh, it's so nice. I'm so glad we've been getting so much rain lately. Make me so happy. Goddamn, love the rain. I just wish it was a tad bit colder. Definitely feeling too much of that mugginess. Can't get enough. I don't know where to pop this instruction manual thing. Let's put it over there. Okay, alright. That's empty. Oh, I should have grabbed a drink. Dough. Well, the BRB's still up. You know what? I'm gonna go grab a drink really quick. Sorry. I'll be back again. I didn't grab any water. Hold on, guys. Okay, I'm back. The sequel. This time for realsies. Hopefully, I didn't forget anything else. But I definitely need some type of nourishment for my throat, otherwise I'm going to lose it in the repo stream. Like, I do have cold Cokes in the fridge, but yeah, I'm gonna lay off that. I'll have one later. I need me some Wawa. Some water. Ugh. My cute new keyboard looks so cool. I'm mesmerized by the shiny colors. Where's my baby? There it is. I always lose it. It's right under there. I gotta clean up my OBS, I think. I got too many images and shit from like bits. Get rid of them all again. Like, look, like what's this? Let's just go, like this one. Why do I have this here? Actually, not that one. I like that one. But why do I have this? You know, I should have deleted that. But I didn't. It's still there. I got this. Why do I got that? I don't know. I got this. Well, that's from ages ago. This is from the investigation stream when we did a bit. Wowee. Gafire. Classic. We got... What's this? Oh. My hoodie. I'm wearing that hoodie right now. My Crash hoodie. Monkey. Yeah, we got that. This. We got a Pokemon card. Who fucking knows why that's there. We got this. Oh, my Switch with the bulge. Of course, of course. Oh, that's actually what my... I name all of these usually. That's actually correct. My Samus emote. I'm so proud of this. I still really like it. How it came out. And she's so cute. And then we got Beaver. Oh, that's the elusive Beaver window right there. Ooh, can't have that on there. And what's even this? That. Yeah, just that. Yeah. All right. Well.
Ugh, back again, are you?
Yeah. Hi.
I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found me, Vigil.
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the laddie didn't work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course. Yeah. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yeah, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? Oh, he was given the chop.
You like him, and you can very well. So how about wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. Oh, and as hard as irons too.
So what's brought you down here for today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to talk to you about.
Is that so?
We believe there might be a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something.
Did I not say? Gregson's death is not to do with things that happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not foot away about wee relevant details.
His expression changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Bum, 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 ba-dum.
That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, his shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he did...
Sorry, Iris.
But Mr. Vigil says he doesn't know anything about it.
Rascal wouldn't he say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs.
Oh, how could I ever say no? You can have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you think he wouldn't have jumped from the window in shock of his crime being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, would you?
Of course, I can't shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that can know what went on at the time now. We Gregsons have been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
Oh, and I wouldn't he dream of pecking you, not Kimmer. Yeah, take a handcuff or two.
Well, it would be rude to say no. I wouldn't want to become an anemic. An anemic?
I suppose if there's anybody who might still can about what happened back then, it'd be the last from the forensic division, Maria Gory.
All right. Where did I see her name again? God, I hate doing your voice. I don't have it down, and I doubt you're gonna be here much longer. So, wasn't that? Why do we still have this as well? Blackbird line. Wait, what is this?
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket.
The SS Gruz, first class cabin number 1.
Yokohama departure 11th of September, London arrival 1st of November.
That's the boat that Professor Mikitoba and Judge Goku came from, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's called the Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover.
France. Have we heard from, Bentley in a while? Have we heard from him? Is he okay? I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in the, in Dover on the SS Burya. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think?
Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary.
I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Well, how strange. Where could it have gone?
Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo?
Did I imagine it was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? What was it ripped for? Strange. No, right, I was looking for, Maria Gory. Where did I see that name before? Wasn't on that. Ah, here we go. The autopsy here for Gregson. Oh. Maria Gory. Oh, that's her daughter. Oh, okay.
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee barons followed in her mam's footsteps, and didn't you ever see her without a scalpel in her hand?
Right. Gory. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory?
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't get the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anyhow, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, it was a life-changing case for all of us.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm no happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no gie up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
Sorry, I don't like dredging up painful memories for everyone.
Can ya... no, just stay away. No. Leave me alone and then he come back, alright?
Yeah, hold on. One more thing.
How'd you come to ken know about that, laddie? There's no many folks in here, even in the prison, who've heard of these papers.
Well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Sure.
We've been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Havers no. You're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
We heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee hook around here. I'm sure I can find it. Hey, here you are. See?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, I can't read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
I'm sure it says something a bit more than that. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Susato's already on the translation.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers?
Hey, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it. No mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, this storm is just the slater of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. And just like that confidentiality that I had with our other guy, I'm going to completely break that in 2 seconds. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Ba 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 ba. All right. Hey, Bucko, we got him! At least he seems to be on the mend.
You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it?
I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? You know, you're just talking about him. Who else can we show this to? Von Karma, maybe? Or not Von Karma, Von Zeeks. I don't know where to go now. more with Kazuma, of course. Oh, yes, of course, duh. Duh-doy. Kazuma, what do you make of this? Come on, man. That's your papa's papers right there. Either we gotta examine the room or talk with him about something. Guess we can examine that. What the? This is a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yeah, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. You're proud of that. Nope. This came up in the trial, didn't it? Something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility that the evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate by Barclay Prison, you mean? Nah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Do I know it? It was the whole fucking point of the last trial that you were there for. Oh, right. I was still under amnesia. Pay me no mind.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Rinosuke, I want to thank you. What for? Buddy old pal of mine? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Hold on, everyone. I've got to open the door for my sibling. I will be right back. I'm back. Let's continue. Wait, let me take a drink first.
You look so cool with that sword. You look so cool, Kazuma. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Karama is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I came from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karama, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Really? Karama? It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever by his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor.
Karama's actually Von Karma? Is that real? Oh. So Karama is what Von Karma's last name is in Japanese? In the Japanese version? That's cool. Oh, yeah, so I know that Ryunosuke is literally directly related to Phoenix. So we don't get a... So Kazuma's not directly related to Edgeworth. It's so obvious. He's got the reflected colors. I mean, come on, man. Oh, shit, my controller. It's even mirroring their case. I know! What? Why 2 in a row? You just told me.
Now I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I've said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed. You've changed, man.
No, Ryunosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
Oh, shit! He pulled a no you! I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you. I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I'd expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
Gulp. That was so cool. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What was that?
I mean, honestly, how did you guys not see her sitting on the chair right in front of you? You guys okay? Dr. Gory?
What?
I don't remember what voice I gave her before.
What? I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
Been following the collagen fibers of the dermis and expertly sharpened scalpel. Cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please, I'd love to see. And I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No! No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, I came here to ask questions, so... We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't able to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
I don't like you. I like your design, but I don't like you. I don't like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least. I love that. I love that she's got scruples.
Oh dear, looks like she's not interested in talking to us. Not for the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? Well, I hope that's a ways off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Alright. Let's see here. Just present the autopsy report? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and with very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Well, she was taken aback. I'm guessing she did give a time of death, but it was omitted by someone. High up. Lord Strongheart! Oh, shit.
That's not my fault!
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
Why'd you have to be cute under there? How old are you? You're a doctor, though, right? 19. And a doctor already? I mean, I know you're a coroner. It's probably... I don't want to say it's less work. It's probably a lot of work still, but... So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death, then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By who? Strongheart! Damn you, Strongheart! I know. I can't wait for Ace Attorney 7. If it's even, like, close to this level of design, it's gonna be so good. And it's gonna be the first one on modern consoles. It's gonna look so good. They might even be able to do, like, a cell shading thing. Well, they kind of are. But, like, I meant for all the backgrounds. I will kind of miss if they are not all painted lovingly. But if, you know, it is a fully explorable, investigative type beat, then, you know, they could definitely get that amount of detail on the artwork still to shine through.
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're gonna go to the same way as your mother.
Give it here, then.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate. Accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could have easily been coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
Oh!
His fish and chips.
It's fish and chips.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yeah. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate that? Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you would delay the onset of petrification.
Putrefaction?
And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot. Oh, shit! When did he die? It wasn't only a day. It seems to be much longer than that. At least, like, well, how long would it take for a fish to start rotting? Maybe like 2 weeks? A little more than that, maybe?
today's science, it's not just possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device.
He was definitely carried in that suitcase. 100%. I was on the money with that. I was nail on the head of the... I was hammer on the head of the nail with that one. Just from where? I don't know. Do we know of anywhere? With a big freezer? I don't know.
No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
Oh, okay. Never mind. A day. The way you said rotting, I don't know. Does a fish really start rotting in a single day? No.
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said, there are no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Oh, yeah, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor?
apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might still know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry? Repeat that. Into this microphone, please.
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Von Zieks as well.
What? Really? Brother of Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted on it. Insisted and miraculously was authorized.
It definitely seems like Cosmo's dad had something planted on Van Zieks. Or not Von Zieks, sorry. On Clint.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. Mama was there for the historic event.
What does all that mean?
No, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Von Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some way to the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mom. I wonder if you'd tell us more about what exactly happened back then, Dr. Gory? Hey boy. Hey boy!
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death in this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yeah, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt about that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs. According to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knows nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Von Zieks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. Turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
Huh?
That's right, my daddy!
Primary assistant. Visiting student from the Far East. Ooh. Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugen Mikitoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikitoba had been involved in something so important.
But The outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genjin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us anything more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Is it really gonna be there? I feel like somebody would have taken it. Fanziques. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeek's.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away.
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor's case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes. I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came on one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Sholmes has them? Alright. What are you cooking up, boy? No, you don't mean...
Warlock Sholmes was his name.
He knows. There's something weird about that dude to get that back here. There's something weird around here. Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris?
Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm gonna have to leave you now.
Okay.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no. There's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
Okay. You take your funny little Mickey Mouse ears and you go do whatever you need to do. I'm sure it's not sinister at all. It's definitely for justice.
Wait a minute. That little girl. May. I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, and that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
What's that? I don't really remember. Anyway, sorry, but a mustache.
Wait, Iris.
I'll rough a pot for when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, I'm guessing they need that evidence for whatever they're cooking up. We're getting too close. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises. I'm sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint von Zeek's autopsy have disappeared. I think we've asked all we have. Alright. Are we done then? What to do?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course, but I must get back to work as soon as possible. Okay. Alright then. Nothing's happening here. She doesn't say investigate anywhere. So I don't know what we're doing. Da, 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 da. Oh, I guess we hadn't even been here yet. Okay. The police are still busily investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yeah, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own? Practicing what her boss taught her?
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long.
Actually... What that? Something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Yes, I think we will do that. What is this?
This little trunk here wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made out of metal. It's very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs.
Some initials on the outside, look. TG. Well, I wonder who that's for.
What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Oh, Gina.
Where were you hiding?
I don't know. Leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got its greedy yards on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What, spit it out, Otto?
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Do-do-do-do-do.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. Saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Oh, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yeah, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks. Who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
But then obviously it was the bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook in his office.
Oh, no. That doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? I wouldn't even let me, because I'm just an apprentice. Really? But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I nicked it. I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh.
That's our Gina.
Secret notebook.
So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, didn't you?
Well, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgeon supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was to record all it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognised anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets. The Reaper. I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna krill myself. The Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Oh yeah, but there was one name at the end that was a bit odd.
The end of the list, you mean?
I'm very sure the date against it was the 31st of October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
What was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. Can't remember it. Don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Jigoku?
Oh dear, what a pity. There's something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin it was.
Alright, the assassin.
I suppose that means anything, but...
Did you say Shin?
Hey, what? Does it mean something?
Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Maybe. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happens.
The day before? Oh, that would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? He found some cover what was pretending to be him, didn't Shadow?
Yeah, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went out to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't gonna be the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results.
Yeah! Bodacious tea!
When me and me partner here got together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend. Little Bodacious tea.
So, have you tracked anything down, then?
What do you think, eh? Course we have. Can't tell you though, police business in it.
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and me around here.
Alright. He looks so hellish. Last. Gina, about your hellhound there.
Chief Inspector Bodacious T, you mean? Oh, he's the pride of the force, he is. A Japanese police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime.
Okay.
But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be, after all, the great exhibition. Oh, like they're calling the police a dog? Oh, right. After all, the great exhibition case the other day. It was Bodacious T who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do you have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Maybe a soggy papers. Something of Gregson's. Oh, wait. The hairpiece, maybe.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Bodacious T, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look what he's gone to. Oh, I guess we just had to do anything of Gregson's or anything that touched Gregson, I guess.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose.
And nearly got away with it, too.
If it weren't for Bodacious T. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Bodacious T's nose, and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now, Gina.
Aye?
I think it's like you told us the truth about that trunk. Yeah, what's in the trunk? What's in the trunk?
It won't like that, I just won't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that of yours, but it ain't what happens.
Alright then. What did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Bodacious T have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips?
Senora Hodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh. I forgot about that sandwich.
It hid it between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk.
Oh. I mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot all piled in there.
Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less.
But you had him in the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
Flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. Hey, it's a pretty decent trunk too, so figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find an answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I'm the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, can we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Alright. Eh? What's the matter with Bodacious T? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruto, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Hey! Bodacious T! Wait!
Toby, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Naruto! Mr. Naruto! Gina, quickly hail a carriage.
Something in that crate. There's something in that crate. He wasn't gonna use Bodacious T as the next hellhound of the professor, was he? Ooh, if he had, if Gregson was planning that, I've got some choice words for him.
Oh, Mr. Naruto, are you alright?
Mrs. Sato? Ugh.
Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice, so that's the compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
No, thank you.
So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Ugh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly, though.
Whenever you're feeling ready, then.
Well, let's look at that goddamn crate. It's got a slash in it, it does. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whoever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
I wonder what happened. Look at that dark stain there. Do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, I knew you were gonna say something like that. So that presumably means...
This was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yeah.
I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know better, I suppose it looks like a grease stain from all that fish and chip. From all those fish and chip. Let's have a look inside. Ooh. Look, there's something inside. What does that say? I can't read that.
Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas.
Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad, then? Yeah, to France, remember?
Perhaps the departure might tell us something that was... Oh,
What is it?
it was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident.
Really? Hmm. Wait, he went? Wait, that proves he went? Not he was about to went? Date of departure within 1 week from the 31st of October. Dunkirk, France. That's where they all... That's where the...
That's where their ship docked.
Police business. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Oh yeah, that was definitely for Gina as well. No, within 1 week. Yeah, okay. He didn't actually go. Did he? So it's definitely for him and Gina to take. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you had been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead.
Oh, you mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection.
Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such tumbles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Okay.
Supposed to click this? I clicked the wrong thing.
The steam is rising gently from the kettle as always.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today.
Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me are ready. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know.
Tears of joy, Mr. Sato, from my mouth. Yeah, right. Sweet potato. Ugh. Wah.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerberg.
What the fuck is happening in here?
Und es mir verbrannt. Ach, Hopfen, deine
That was so creepy.
Her mit dem
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream?
hat wie ein
Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns.
Iris?
Iris, what's the matter?
Who's that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there?
Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be so kind to explain the situation? Is Mario dead? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Uh-oh. It's deduction time. Fuck, I'm glad we're on this song now instead. The strains of reasoning within me are now playing a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whereas the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet.
So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
Well, from what I think, they opened that, Mario collapsed, and then Iris was scared, so she put a blanket and a tea and the mask on him. Make it look like he was sleeping. And by the time my brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all the sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all? Well, in such apparently high spirits. The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating marbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I must join the fellow in my state of elation. Now, on to the next question. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsrick Sigismund von Ormstein. Yeah, we know that guy.
The King of Germany.
No. He was from, Bohemia. And he was a prince. Or something.
If memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of the masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
He does recognize the son. Oh, maybe he did actually engage with his dad.
Which leaves us with the one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth.
I think she probably found out about her dad. I think she probably found out about Dad. That's my guess.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside your knapsack. A £5 note, I believe, I must say. As your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness. Earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with the coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or shall I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. Rent! I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement.
Damn, bro. Da-da-da-da.
Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. Don't be so sad about it, bro. No! Turn it off!
Shut up! Let's get this fucking deduction physically over with.
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Miss Usato, do tell. Anything to drown out that warbling! My favorite coffee cup has been destroyed by the King of Germany, and he's singing about it. Ooh, I'll have some choice words for the higher-ups.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we've arrived.
Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now.
Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit.
And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another
grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not.
Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you just described. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia.
Goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I would ask that you keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make the corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yeah, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time.
But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' great logic and reasoning spectacular?
What you love about this deduction is how many book references there are.
Stop it!
Turn the song off right now.
Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up that tune, do you suppose?
Well, as I said, he's been stock still the entire time, if you look closely. His lips aren't moving either.
Ah.
So I'm not sure that's actually what's responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Oh, oh, oh.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Ah, indeed, for no well-bred gentleman could break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all, in fact. It would appear that that fellow is unconscious. Now turn that bloody music off! Jesus, it's giving me a headache.
It seems to have stopped now.
Thank goodness for that. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, anyway, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happened a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German...
Okay, right. Uh-huh. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotts, the boy whom you had in tears?
Don't remind me. Or anyone else.
You suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks?
I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of the mask.
Take that!
Kazuma. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi.
In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable.
Well, thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask had been languishing in this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath.
I don't believe it.
Father!
I'm afraid, Miss Susato, you must be mistaken.
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
Is my unconscious father, Eugen Mikatoba.
Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Yeah, facts. I love that face of Ryunosuke so much. Alright, let's see. Such a sassy little bitch. That's a 5-pound note sticking out from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid the money for Iris's silence.
He certainly seems like the type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence. Is she looking at the metal chest? Yeah, kinda. Uh-oh, what's in there? I see a very bright orange.
This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yeah, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside.
Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
So it is. It's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before, and all the time we've been staying here in Baker Street.
Take that!
Oh yeah, it was the metal chest. Sweet! Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open the chest. Here we go.
No! Hurley, don't! What the... What?
Okay, exactly the... What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? He's dead. Bro just got fucking boxing glove punched. That is so silly. And I love Ryunosuke's just... He's dead. Now I gotta use this as the thumbnail. He's dead. I'm doing that right now. I'm getting that. That's too perfect. Oh my god. He's dead. I'm sorry, Mikatoba. He's dead. Well, we know what happened to her dad now.
Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it.
So you found your voice now, Iris.
No!
In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Mr. Sholmes is just fucking unconscious now. It's so fucking funny. He can't even finish the deduction. Yeah, the real reason for your silence until now is...
Well, this is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone in the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance around this part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet?
Despite that knowing point of the finger from before.
Miss Usato! Sometimes a man needs to point his fingers first and think later. Exactly what I've said from the start, okay? That's what I've been saying for years and nobody's listened to me. I'll point and think later.
Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
It's also what Phoenix does, too. Key! Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Oh. And when Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air Fuck, I can't speak. Just before you called out to try stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. Oh, she was hiding it in her mouth. She did have something in there. That something is the key in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Runo.
So now it becomes clear, thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration. We can all imagine what happened here. Professor Mikatoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee.
But wait, that didn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Cosmo-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can only think of one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Are you telling me I thought you would have put that on him. There is no way that landed perfectly. Mask on head, scarf on body, cup in hand. That did not happen. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, and neatly landed on his face as it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught the unconscious professor's finger. This is all bullshit. No. The one that went in the air was Mr. Sholmes' favorite one, and that broke.
Oh, you mean to say that stylish scarf?
Is actually just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. We had to do it with her. Would you expect anything less?
Yeah, it happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo.
That is ridiculous. No, I don't believe it. Why? That makes no sense. It would not happen like that. It makes more sense that one of the cups fell, broke. The other cup, maybe Iris was holding. And then the blanket just falls on the floor. The mask falls on the floor. He gets knocked up onto the couch. Then Iris puts it all up to make it look like he was sleeping. This is completely ridiculous. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle.
So then why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Oh, shit. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes. Oh, he's not done yet. He's back! He's back!
Oh shit, it's not over! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? Look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever the great secret is, that cat isn't out of the bag yet. So, I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup.
It must have been smashed when Professor Mikitoba opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
But now that the deduction has taken quite a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken coffee cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Alright. Oh, I see it already. It's under the plate. What this? Case file! Hey! What that case file for, huh? You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Oh! Oh! Did they add a few more instruments in there all of a sudden? Whew! Goddamn!
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no!
It was her who took it. It wasn't Sholmes. Oh, look at that little twist of the camera. The autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing.
Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were there with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean it was you, Iris? Those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry. Forgive me!
Oh. I forgive her instantly. I don't even need to hear the reasoning.
Deduction complete. Elementary. In truth, I would like to have thought that I could have predicted that booby-trapped chest, but it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting Detective Sholmes.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Early.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yeah, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's.
Can I look at it? Let me look at it. I want to see it. The writing.
Your father's writing. What do you really mean?
Iris. Must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Oh, my father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'll help you carry him up.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have a tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew.
There's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. What the fuck? I can't speak today. More freely. Freeze.
Freeze, you monster.
We must make use of this opportunity to talk to Iris. And find out what's going on.
Before that, I did notice his coffee cup on the floor there. Oh. I meant the broken cup, but okay. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Early's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases solved together were kept inside the metal chest. That's right. Early told me, you see. He said that Daddy's gone somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build a picture in my head what Daddy must be like.
Well, it's only natural.
You're just like that. Any other girl of your way.
Sorry.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age. But there was one thing that I could never figure out. Daddy's name.
Oh.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley.
Oh, yeah, it's not Wilson. It can't be. It's not John. It's not John. You want to hear my crazy out there theory? My crazy fucking wacky theory. Either Sholmes didn't have a partner. I just told her that for some reason. Or I don't even know. This is too crazy. It can't be that, but my idea was that it might have been Kazuma's dad. Maybe. Perhaps. She is 10 years old, so I don't know.
But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yeah.
It was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Can we see it, please? No, but that's kind of an objection to my logic there. If the handwriting's the same as that, we know Wilson was there, wasn't he? But then again, Genshin was there too.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
It was the same as the writing you've seen in your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was so desperate to compare the two properly, I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. Even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we'd be even allowed to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it?
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
Okay.
And the signature on the corner, the signature of the corner at the bottom of the autopsy report?
Dr. John H. Wilson.
That's how I finally found out. I learnt Daddy's name at last. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. Decided then and there that's when I'd write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. Why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it.
I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
Oh no, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Corey and apologise.
Yeah, we're waiting on you guys, bruh. We already said it last night, we're waiting on you guys. I know, you've probably been ready all day. You've had nothing to do. I was just gonna stream Ace Attorney until you guys were ready. This part's nearly done as well. Well, that's good. Yeah, I suppose we can end either way before the start of the next trial, because I'm sure that's about to be it.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then let me look after it until we get there.
Now, the bit of evidence to point towards Kazuma's dad is in here. Okay. John H. Wilson. Clint Von Zeeks, British. 33. Time of death, 31st of May between 9 and midnight. Oops. Observations. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. I did say that they might have fought. You know? Clint and our boy. Clint and Genshin. So, if they did fight, then I think my deduction of Clint being the real professor might be true. Maybe. Possibly. I mean, he was a part of that noble life, so he would know all of them and the bad things they'd done. I don't know, and it's just been a humongous cover-up to put it on somebody else. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere on the body. John H. Wilson. So there's something in the victim's stomach that points towards our guy. But what in his stomach would point towards Genshin?
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean...
What's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. Did I miss something? Single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
I knew it! What do you mean?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing, it's my father's.
Mario was your partner? So she's not Cosmo's sister, she's your sister! What? What? Professor Mikatoba's? Indeed, it's true. Yes, Mario is, Iris's dad. Yes. Sorry I kept it from you all. And, now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything! What on earth does this all mean, Mr. Sholmes? It's the idea that's slowly forming in my mind. It's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain.
Thinking about it.
No. Most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So, what about this supposed partner of yours? Does he really exist, or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please, come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
Well, we rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
But if this autopsy record and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, then there would only be one logical conclusion.
Pray, impress me!
Your partner would have had to have been Yujin Mikatoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
You are coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You've finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikatoba.
What? That's crazy! Oh, shit! It's starting to come together a little bit here. Okay, alright. So the Japanese Morse code, I'm guessing that was Mikatoba's doing. Definitely a list of suspects. But why would Kazuma be on there? Or maybe just people related, because Kazuma's related. Oh, really? Okay. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikatoba, then? That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely.
Not possible? My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways. It actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago is when my father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged?
Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science.
As an assistant, he would have aided the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into a full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would then check its contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
Okay. Did he know? Did he know that Iris is his daughter? Did he know that? Did he know?
Did he know?
Did he know when he fucking saw her earlier today? I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. It seems as though they haven't really put it together of what this implicates.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugen Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously just too much for Susato-san to take in.
I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all.
All right. He did seem like pretty, like, wait a minute. Iris Wilson? Eh?
How my friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is beyond the greatest mystery of all. You still remember the first time we met? Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite! 16 years ago. As I just arrived from Japan in Seishiro and Genshin. I was in a search for lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Mr. Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years we had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous case of all presented itself.
That is interesting. Yeah, at least he was of age.
The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor Killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. I guess so. There you go.
And there you have it! As you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest.
This is amazing! Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. That's bonkers. Are they gonna finally say it? What that implies about Iris?
Father?
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look!
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
And, that is...
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father?
Of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. How? How did you forget that?
I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Well, meet your sister. Iris.
Iris told us that all the notes of the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
Mamma mia.
Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
Ah. What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in the grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris.
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's cold stare.
No. Hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is?
You're not excited to have a sister as much as punish your father for his debaucherous activities. Hey, if your mom died, like, years ago, you know, it's only natural that you know. Don't blame the man. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot.
No, really, you've got the wrong end of the sticks. Show me, say something, man.
That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, where do you get all dressed up?
Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikitoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Also, I've got to give my father a Susato takedown, and then I gotta braid Iris's hair because now that we're sisters, I feel the need to take care of her. She's one of my own.
Why, my dear Verum, is it not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikitoba. The game is afoot.
But the Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think.
Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already.
You haven't changed one iota, have you? Yeah, I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now.
What?
I've no doubt whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you completely.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his partner off on a renewed adventure. Oh, it's more than I could have ever hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then, let's speak later.
So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision.
Hold on, guys. Knock on my door.
Alright, I'm back.
I couldn't find my BRB, and I hate keeping everybody at my door waiting, especially when it's raining. Only a few seconds, though.
Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle and in reaching a decision.
A decision? All about whether I go back to Japan, I suppose. This is gonna be like
So much
Apollo
happened
all over
to me that I
again.
barely knew what to do with myself.
It's gonna be just like Apollo all over again, man. It's like, I want to stay with my friends and my new family, but no, I gotta go change the legal system for the greater good.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh! 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 Ow! 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 Oh my god! That is the end. That is kind of what I was expecting to happen. The last case is very much the same as this case. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's one long-ass court case. Yep. I surmised that. Just like the first Ace Attorney. Following in Phoenix's footsteps, are we? Or, well, I guess it's the reverse, actually. The final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. As always, we'll get a little peek. We'll get a little peek. Oh, never mind. There's no peek. But perhaps this case is peak. Now, do we know how long exactly this final case is? Because I would endeavor to fit this all into one stream. So, I think tomorrow, this is all that's up on the block. I think tomorrow, we're just going to finish this last case. 10 to 15 on the safe side. Oh! Well, I'll try. I'll do my best to do as much as we can. No guarantees in that case. But yes. God, this is actually, somehow, this is one of the longest Ace Attorney, like, series. And it's only 2 games, but we've already spent 95 in there. It's a very clear-cut middle of the case that could serve as a stopping point. Okay. So, how on the floor is my jaw gonna be at this case? Am I gonna be, like, screaming crazily at some of the stuff that happens here? No, I don't mind at all. I'm just saying, like, compared to, we've come a long way since the first trilogy, is all I'm saying. And that first trilogy was excellent. Alright, well, I will prepare my jaw for its unhinging. Alright, everybody, well, I will see you tomorrow for the continuation of this, but, very, very soon we are going to play some more Repo, so if you would like to come by for some spooky nonsense, we'll be doing that. Otherwise, thank you, Kakaiden, Big Boss, and everyone for tuning in today. Always love me some Ace Attorney, and it kinda is very sad. This is the final case. I'll reiterate it in the next episode, but this is the final case of the series. Minus the DLC cases that I'm not going to get to play, and minus the Professor Layton game. But never mind those. The last case of Ace Attorney. So far. Ace Attorney 7 is definitely on the way. I 100% believe that. I think Capcom has said, again, I think, I haven't rechecked, but I'm pretty sure they said that Ace Attorney is far from over and they're working on it. So, unless they're working on more remasters of maybe the DLC or Professor Layton, I'm sure Ace Attorney 7 is in development at the moment, and we very may well see it soon. And hopefully we do. Well, now that I've gotten to know these characters, I'd love to see maybe in that game have one of the cases be a flashback to the past of Naruhodo doing something with Sholmes and the gang, perhaps. But if not, maybe a third great Ace Attorney in the future. I don't know what that could entail, but hey, I'll be down for whatever comes Ace Attorney's way. I've become a big fan over this entire series, and I'm glad to have it all up on YouTube for everybody to sift through and watch through all of it, or maybe perhaps just the games they want to see. So, I'll see you all next time for what may well be the finale of The Greatest Attorney number 2. Resolve. Alright, everybody. See you later. Peace! Join us back in, like, I don't know, 15 to 30 minutes. Hopefully we'll be live with Repo then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody.